this reversed. Okay. So I'm doing myself a really big disservice um, by avoiding this. But to be honest, I want to avoid it. I want to avoid it in the sense that this is not what I necessarily like. We're gonna cover a lot today, okay? And that's what I get for having to squeeze it all in one day is what I get for putting it off for multiple days. So there's kind of three I both enjoy and despise the fact that this just in general and any attempts to do anything like it just inherently comes off as so cringy, and myself even acknowledge that it does. But I also acknowledge that if I were to just, I've always stood by the fact, I've always stood by like the motto, like the concept that authenticity is the key to success in essentially anything that you're doing, especially in media. Um, but in reality, like in just anything that you're doing. I'm gonna go tweak this video. This that I saw the other day. So this secondary account that I'm using right now, my secondary, honestly, the only reason that I'm using this secondary account is just simply because I am, my main YouTube account is so important to me, and I just don't want to risk like copyrights or anything. And I plan on going for so long and covering so much with this in this particular session that I am nervous. That I'm nervous about that. But really, I mean, it kind of works out anyway because I've had this secondary YouTube account for I don't even know how long, and I only remember using it for one particular purpose way back in 2020. Like so the original like idea of this was to, the original idea in creating this secondary YouTube account was because I had put so much meticulous effort into my algorithm on my main account that I wanted a secondary account like specifically for content creation. So the secondary account was originally going to be exclusively like for finding music samples and like visual samples, and the one and only time that I ever actually used it was in coordination with archive.org. Like I was finding stuff on archive.org. All of this is irrelevant, of course, but I was finding stuff on archive.org, and then I was using the fresh, clean algorithm on the secondary account to kind of expand on that. And I used it for one particular visual effects that I had. Like, see David Packman. I don't want David Packman on this channel.
Let's talk about the
I'm not
possibility.
subscribed, so I'm not really sure. We could probably go through the history, I guess. I don't want some ordinary gamers on this channel. So, anyways, I am so burnt out on YouTube, particularly, um, and so this kind of goes into the main like lead of this whole thing, which is just the avoidance that I've been engaging in for the last few days. Um, but and more so the reasons which like that avoidance comes to be. Okay. Um, so I switched over to this YouTube account, which is essentially pretty much entirely fresh and clean, like algorithmically speaking. Um, and I mean there's like kind of like little dashes here and there of accidental like video watches and whatnot, but for the most part, um, it's an entirely clean slate. Like let's actually see how far back this history goes and how long it even is. Um, yeah, you can see. I mean, we're literally already in 2020. So, and we can probably actually we're gonna clear this out or clean this out. Um, to kind of enhance it even more. So kind of enhance the effect of it even more. Yeah, you can see like yeah, yeah, we're definitely gonna clean this out and go through and properly like and subscribe to all these. Are we at the bottom? I was looking for Twilight Zone type beats. That's hilarious, and found a lot of them. Good God, good God, that's impressive. Actually, I can't think of the Twilight Zone theme in my head like off top. It's been a long time since I watched Twilight Zone. I can hear the narrator's voice, but I cannot think of the soundtrack. There's a lot of dope shit in here. Alright. And this was, I guess I'm kind of giving away the main thing that I kind of wanted to keep close to the chest. Is this this sample is what I found on this YouTube channel. But this sample in particular is so special to me, and the fact that I found it, just because it could so easily have been mine at the farm, but that's neither here nor there. So for a hot second, I just kind of want to go through these, make sure they're all properly liked, make sure the algorithm is properly tended to, clear some shit out to kind of really get
Skycorp brings you a rebel.
Is there an easier way to do this? Not really. Alright, well.
I used to have dark thoughts and hear screaming voices in my head. But thanks to the mind...
This is interesting because I kind of want to go in the direction kind of like akin to my Brian Williams video. Where, okay, so what is this half alive? It's just, Jurassic Park, I mean, you kind of create a mood board as we go along too. These are all 12 years ago. It's crazy. what is this? What is this?
You've got a poo in your pants, pants, pants. You've got a poo in your pants, pants, pants.
What? What? Yeah, there's all sorts of shit on that one. Wow. It's crazy, like the art of the art of sampling. I mean, this was VJ Loops was a good. The gods must be crazy. What's this?
I said that's a cool skin you got there.
Yeah, I appreciate it, dude.
How do you get that skin? I thought you didn't pay money for this game.
Actually, don't. I use it.
What are you? Your brakes are shot!
Yes,
What are you doing?
I'm opening the gate.
How do I get out of here?
No, it's all right. No, I just.
Hold on now. Hold on now.
We from the mission.
Hmm.
Hmm. Oh, that's hot. What in the world is this? Roseanne. Roseanne. It's pretty much Roseanne. Alright, I'm running NASA visuals, like right. Nice. Huge dehumidifiers. I'm not sure that this gets done, but yeah, because they gotta be liked. I mean, they gotta be liked to. Oh yeah, see. Okay, get that out of here. Get that out of here. Get that out of here. No. 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 Look, that's already 2021. It's literally, this is so fresh, dude. Classic videos right here. Classic. Okay, so this is actually not going to take anywhere near as long as I thought it was going to. Especially because I'm okay with not going through and sampling right now, or liking right now, just simply because I'm actually okay with this. So with a fresh algorithm, I was pretty much like bombarded with. It almost seems like the true like vibe, the true essence of YouTube right now, based on just what I found on my, on the home feed, on the homepage of a essentially fresh algorithm.
Grammarly doesn't just help you with pop.
It's kind of like what they call the grandpa blogging. That's kind of like coming back in style right now. Okay, so let's kind of order this. Yeah, same. Can you not fucking... That's funny. I like that one. Okay.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet base.
That's enough. I'm sure it works. I'm sure it works. I know that's right. Greg, he's part of this too. Wisdom for a Dead World. Yeah. Yeah.
With Liberty Mutual. Customize.
Yep. Come on. Yeah, the turtle. Yeah, I hearted it. I hearted it. Man, I missed that shit, dude. Man. Then we're gonna get into the real good stuff.
Jean-Michel Basquiat. This whole thing started because of a tweet. I wrote it in a moment of frustration from seeing people in my niche simply pay Instagram and Meta to advertise their art. There isn't anything inherently wrong with running ads for your content or your art.
Your art was the prettiest art of all art.
But it made me mad. Not at them, but at the audacity of the platform that we're all on. Instagram. And mad at the fact that visibility is no longer earned. It's bought. And worse, it's now kind of expected. Between AI and that nagging feeling that I'm getting that people are just over social media content, I think the era of the influencer might finally be over. And then if that's true, what does that mean for social media content going forward? Is all content art? Is no content art? Is all art content? These are questions I've been struggling with the last few months. And I think content is there to be consumed.
I think there's someone hanging right there.
And art is made to be felt. Content has a shelf life, and art asks you to slow down, to come back, to wrestle with it. But content's a word that I'm hearing more and more these days when putting things up on social media. I've been open about how much I used it to explain not only what I make, but what others make. I hate that word in the past. I hate that f***ing word, but content online is so disposable. But I've also used it to explain not only what I make, but what others make as well. And that's because that's the same level as memes and shit. What it is, I guess art is content, but the problem comes along when we start to label everything on social media as content. Everything is a shit. It reduces and flattens even mindful artistic work to the same level as memes and shit posts. And so everything has a level playing field, which is on one hand a good thing, but on the other hand, everything is a meme, everything is a shit post, and everything is content.
And you have to point it all
Social media would do, I think I would have said that sounds pretty amazing.
out.
In the history of time, art has never been more accessible than it is right now. And I think had you asked me before the advent of social media, what do you think that democratizing
That sounded pretty hot, actually.
in this way on social media would do, I think I would have said that sounds pretty amazing and that artists can reach as many people as possible. But what's happened instead, even as is that opportunity.
I've never seen a diamond in.
Artists feel the need to stay in front of as many people as possible all the time, simply to remain relevant. And the platforms have noticed this, and they've realized that people will simply pay to be internet famous. They saw an opportunity, and they took it, even as as that opportunity is. And it's right about now you may be thinking to yourself, but Mike, you make YouTube content. Yeah, I too am part of the problem. Coupled with the fact that I've become almost numb to photographs on social media simply because I've been just overwhelmed by the sheer amount of amazing photographers there are out there. Call it imposter syndrome or whatever you want to call it, it's depressing. But it made me wonder, would all the greatest photographers in the world be dealing with this problem if they had been constantly comparing themselves to their peers on social media? Would that have shattered their illusion of originality for them? And if it had, where would the art of photography be right now? I think we're headed in a direction with art and social media and AI that is scary. And we all feel it because it is unprecedented as fuck. And that makes it really easy to feel like the stuff that you're creating doesn't matter. And especially if YouTube or Reddit or Meta says it doesn't matter by not picking it up. It's just human instinct to constantly be questioning your creative endeavors. So I think that there's no doubt that all the greatest photographers in the world have felt this imposter syndrome, but we cannot escape the fact that modern photographers face challenges that those photographers in the past simply didn't. And if they had, I don't know that we would know their names as well as we do today. Photography and art have been so devalued. Photographers in the world have felt this imposter syndrome, but we cannot escape the fact that modern photographers face challenges that those photographers in the past simply didn't. And if they had, I don't know that we would know their names as well as we do today. Photography and art have been so devalued by access that I think it's kind of made us forget why we create art in the first place. None of us picked up a camera in order to get likes. If you did, you may not be in this for the right reasons. Access can make you take things for granted. Things that meant the world to you before can mean less and less every day the more access you have to them. I think people are just burned out by how disposable everything is. Everything is rented, art is a commodity, all things are content. Over the last 10 to 15 years, we've been kind of slowly tricked into renting our lives out for fame. We rent spaces on timelines we don't own for the approval of people we'll never meet, and it's not real fame. It's barely real recognition. Leased out at the cost of your peace of mind. And it seemingly has robbed all of us of the ability to slow down in our process, because we feel like we constantly have to be chasing what everybody else is doing. We're not just burned out, we're collectively disoriented. Platforms have redefined success, visibility, and redefined value in a way that has left most artists second-guessing themselves. And I don't know about you guys, but I've been craving something more grounded and more real. And I think the way that we fix this is by simply slowing down. Slowness used to be built into the process. Taking your time means that you're not chasing trends. And in a way, you're saying no to metrics and that demand for immediacy. By slowing down, it will allow you to reclaim your art and your role as an artist in a system that is sort of designed to diminish both. I'm not telling you not to post on social media. I post every single day on Instagram. I've made videos about why I do that. What I am saying is this: just start creating like no one is ever going to see it, even if you are going to post it later. Start making before you start thinking about it, and start valuing the process again over the performance. Because if we keep measuring our worth in likes and views and subscribers, we are letting a system that is built to extract value define our value as artists. Slowness isn't about nostalgia. It's about taking back a space to create in the world without all the f***ing noise. And it's about remembering that art doesn't need to go viral to matter. And putting art next to content hurts us all in the long run. But I'll be honest, I don't have an answer to that problem. All I know is that when you stop chasing the validation from social media, you start creating for yourself, that is when your art becomes more meaningful. And you don't even really have to try other than just stop chasing. If you don't want to post every single, I understand that. For me, that's made a humongous difference in my progress as a photographer, but it is not for everybody. So if you're feeling like, hey, I'm never going to catch up to all these people, you don't need to. Social media is visibility, not recognition. Keep doing your thing, and you will get better, and that recognition will come eventually. It's just going to take time. So if you like this, make sure you hit the, if you really like this, make sure you hit that subscribe button. And I know the irony of me saying that right after all the things I just said, but I'm trying to play the game out here too, so I appreciate the help. I'll see you guys next time. Like, find out. Bye.
You were in the flow. You were doing the internet. Chances are you're like me. You only trust a few repair shops to do any work on your classics. And that's why I... Those moments. You were in the flow. You were doing the inner work. Things were starting to move. And then you checked.
Hi, if you're some kind of creative person producing stuff that goes out on the internet, can we bring it in? Because I'm having a real hard time in the current moment, and I just would like to process what it's like to be a creative person on the internet right now. For context, I create educational videos on far right and other topics. I'm a sociologist, and I have recently had the honor of multiple bot accounts coming after my videos, following my followers, reposting my videos and making money off of them, and then trying to like sell my followers crypto or well, God knows what else. They always block me so I can't go see. And we all know TikTok's not gonna do jack shit about that. Worse than that, I saw a famous to me creator on here talking about how not only does he have bot accounts like I do now, he has a Facebook page that is creating deep fake AI videos of him talking. So like exactly like how he talks on TikTok, and now on Facebook, fake videos of him saying stuff. And it has thousands of followers, and he has no control over it, right? And also Facebook's not gonna give a shit.
Clear in the hindsight. Yo, you know I will let the nine burst. West Coast mixtape, kiss my converse. Before you play your part, gotta read your lines first. Before it's in your heart, gotta be in your mind first. Getting my prayers in, I'm just trying to do what the Lord says. Slimmer fitting Dickie sitting right on the Cortez. You could tell a winner, yo, just look what the score says. My man will be home, hitting on what the board says. They know the champ back, getting the camp back. Buying more AMG Benz with the slam. Album is out now, I'm hearing them chant that. You know it's heroin whenever I stamp that. Know how I do niggas, you know that I chew niggas. Seasoned veterans or one of these new niggas. Gotta be kidding me, can never get rid of me. Even if they kill me, I'm still epitome. Boss of the back block, talk back rock. I'm still repping the have-nots. I made a turn around, I just wanted the back shots. I'm up early for the dealers come out. Everybody is outside till the killers come out. You ain't eating, you just act full. I'm impactful. Dozen funerals in a month, I got that wool. I will give it to niggas in all rap forms. The nation's out right now on all platforms. What's up?
What's up, man? What's up, man? Hold on, you said kiss my Converse? Is that
Kiss my Converse, baby.
Okay. Kiss is here, man.
They gotta know it.
They gotta know, man.
Gotta know it.
Top 5 on many lists, man. As deserved, man.
Yeah, that.
Honor to have you on our LA Linka Freestyle series.
Brothers, man, for years now.
And I got the shirt on, man.
When you was a little boy, very young, you wanted to go in show business. And I think you probably have accomplished some of the things that was in your mind that you want to accomplish. And so now you feel that if you had to do it again, you'd rather be a doctor.
No,
So I guess it's
think
because
a
your
lot
mind
of
would
things I'd rather
change.
be. But I don't know if I wouldn't still be a performer. Because in this life, I love music, and music is my love. You know, it's all I know. But I'm thinking that if I were not musical, if I didn't have talent, musical talent somewhat, then I'd probably enjoy being a doctor. I like to make people feel better.
This is Samir Gadia from the Jakes, and this song's called Take Me Home.
Sweetness on the lips of your old dress.
The internet has been split into two. And one side of it has evolved into this thing that really, if we're honest, is just designed to keep us on it. That side is dead. I like to focus on the other side. I think that this side is about to get more important than any of us could ever have imagined. Real stories about real people living their real lives. Because the internet that I know and love comes a time when brilliant people fill it with beautiful messages that get me excited, that get all of us excited. This is so good. It's about living in the real world.
Part of me is scared, but the right kind of scared.
Wow.
She pushes me along. I feel her in every step. Good morning. Monday.
The people that have always made this
I think he's the one who did that other one too.
You want to get into
Backwards too? Oh, is that how we're in?
With SimilarWeb, it's like you're dropping into your companion.
You want to get into analog video, so you get out your mind. 2 nights ago, I deleted it. There is a serious.
Hey, everybody.
There is a serious threat to digital. 2 nights ago, I deleted it. You want to get into analog video, so you get out your mom's camcorder. Or wait, you.
So what you voting?
Artificial general intelligence. Ha ha ha. We voting yes tomorrow.
Just in time for last call. Oh, they built a machine smarter than us all. Vote yes or no tonight. Turn it on or keep it off. Could cure what's killing mama. Could kill us, y'all. Sitting here trying to decide our fate. Like our vote ever mattered. Let's go before AGI. So tonight we getting high. Yo, let me hit that. Let's go before AGI. Let's go before they decide. Cause you know this shit happening no matter what. Technocrats want permission. Now that's a funny lie. If they so damn smart, why they asking you and I? Oh, I think I know why. They drown my daddy in their debt, kill my sisters with their pills.
What do you say? What do you say? Funny. Funny.
Niners who held the phone. line nurse who held the phone. Last call before AGI. Well, you know I stole from mama while she slept.
Media literacy is dead. Some people think Pleasantville is an anti-woke movie. For those, a movie that everything go back to how it was because that was right and that was good and there was no room.
I'm gonna say it. If you can get it out. I ain't gonna say it because I'll mess it up. Go ahead, though. You know what I'm saying?
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete... Everyone needs time to themselves, and peaceful solitude has stress-relieving benefits. But being...
You get about 4,000 weeks on this planet.
Hi, my name is Jim Doty. I'm an adjunct professor here at Stanford in the School of Medicine. What manifest really means is the ability to embed your intention into your subconscious. And then the salience network actually acts like a bloodhound, if you will, to search around your environment to see if there are things that are relative to your intention. And I'm sure everyone has been at a party or some event that's very noisy, and you'll hear your name, even in the den of all of this noise. And the reason is because you are attuned to your name, and it's very deep.
Oh. Oh. I shall obey. Didn't have to. Unique circumstances that. Eternally to internally. It's honestly to God's overflows. Just like really get to going. Just really get to going with it. My sisters. What is it? 150? I mean, what is it? 150? It's just not gonna be enough. It's just not gonna be enough. It's just not gonna be enough. Shouldn't even have to. Try to break it up in speeds. But I know a girl who is semi, you know. About four people have come to mind that, to varying degrees, So even pretty surface level relationships, relatively, relatively shallow, body wasted. Yeah. Existential. Existential? I don't know. Wait, I'm not even logged into that one though. That's the whole thing about it. I'm talking to come on. Greta Thunberg. What the fuck is Greta Thunberg doing in Greg? Greg. Come on. I'm talking to you. He said, I want to save that. I want to sample that, actually. He said, oh, I'm sorry. You know what he's saying? And then, oh, I can't block his ass again. Little bitch. Yeah, yeah. Whatever. Do a little record. Well, I should just keep it on. I'm talking to you. Come on. This is what it means. Write that shit out there, man. Come on. I do agree with that, though. Come on. I'm talking to you. You know, and a long ass yap session is gonna do vagina. Thus then becomes the paradox seal. be honest, we won't. That's what really confuses me, though. Honestly. Oh, that bitch again. You can't look at the tab? I don't understand. I knew it was something. This shit makes me just want to blow my brain out, honestly. To be honest. So essentially what I'm saying, I feel like I don't really think that, well, actually I don't really think that anything, I don't think that neither okay, so to be entirely honest, like to be like 100% dead ass. I am in some weird like gray area of I can comprehend the level of like attention that I still get, I guess, to some extent. Sometimes I can. Sometimes it's very obvious. Other times it's just confusing because I feel like oh my god. I went and hung out with this dude the other day. And it's a dude that I'd known like before. Long ago before. And it was spontaneous running into him, it was spontaneous hanging out with him. And literally all we did was sit in the garage, bullshit, like drink a beer, and smoke a little bit of weed, and like just talk about shit. And it was so... It was almost like surreal to the extent that, that kind of shit has just become so abnormal to me, for me. And the lighting's ass, I don't care though. But, I already said that. It's weird because I feel like I personally am so detached from social media right now. Have been for a long time. There's a part of me that feels like some sort of obligation to explore it and integrate myself into it better, and I think that it's an interesting concept that as social media is kind of like going through a phase of like fizzing out, that would like be the time to kind of do something like that. And there's so many legacy accounts that have gone silent long ago, you know. So that's kind of interesting to see too. And that kind of goes into another point that I'm going to talk about later. I would so much like I really just I don't feel like if I write out a long thing, I don't feel like if I do anything it's gonna have any sort of impact or effect in any sort of way, whether it be a negative or a positive way. And to be entirely honest, like that just doesn't really bother me at all. Now at the same time, I am so incredibly bored. This has been the, like, I guess we'll just get into this now. So, around this time last summer, like, when I was at Hacienda, around the time that my uncle Jeff passed away and stuff, I said, you know, I made a spiel in my kitchen talking about how, you know, prior to this, I was the only one who was responsible for the circumstances of my life, and I was only responsible for myself, right? And so now I feel like we have certainly gotten to a point where external, whether it be like infiltration or influence, is essentially for the most part non-existent. This stuff doesn't necessarily manifest itself into my real life that often, though it does interfere. It doesn't, ooh, that's hot. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily influence or infiltrate my real life so much more, to any extent, really. It doesn't manifest itself into my real life that much anymore. but it does interfere with my life. And I think that I don't think there's any value in me continuing to sort of complain about this shit. And I don't really necessarily even want to do it. Like, I don't, like, there's nothing, I don't really get much out of this. That's what leads to me, like, getting, like, I'm pretty much to the point where I go to work and kind of, like, forget about this shit while I'm at work, for the most part, which is dope. And then I come home, though, and I feel like, why am I even, this is what's frustrating to me, is that I don't feel any compulsion necessarily to either speak about this, like, certainly indirectly alone in my bedroom to nobody, nor do I don't even want it to be the focus of I don't want it to be the defining thing of my life anymore. And I'm just so over pretty much all of it. And that's kind of like where I'm going with, like, it's interesting to, I've always had very close, very open, very honest relationships with my friends. Like with Daisha, with Jen, with Kaylee, with Callie. Like, it's just very real, raw, genuine, like, no holds barred friendships. And I don't think that, like, this is not what I want to be doing. This is not what I want to be the focus, certainly anymore. Like, I don't want, like, it's, but the thing about it to me is, and this is kind of where I was going with, you know, the examples of stuff that other people are going through in their lives and how they can just, you know, freely express it. You know, that can and will and probably already has been, you know, interpreted in whatever ways people want to interpret it. Whether they think that I'm belittling their issues or, you know, what the fuck ever. You could spin it a million ways. You can spin it any way. But the point that I'm making is that there is just so much freedom in being able to say, like, this is what happened to me, that is what happened to me, this is what I'm dealing with right now. And mind you, I don't necessarily have a problem, I don't have any problem really at all ever acknowledging or even being aware of issues in my life that are genuinely my problem, nor have I ever really had a problem, you know, acknowledging or accepting those situations. Like right now, I am, you know, I have issues with spending too much money on alcohol, and honestly, that's really kind of it. But that's a big one. Now, I don't necessarily think that my Adderall consumption is an issue beyond financial, but beyond, you know, the financial aspect. And the fact that I prioritize it over anything else, but I just, and this is kind of like faded away. I'm just really, honestly, I'm sitting here like wondering, like, and it's so hard. This is truthfully why I sat on Grindr for 2 days, because I get off work and I come home and I feel like this pressure to do or say something, and this extended this extended how do you even phrase it? This extended expectation from people for me to do X, Y, or Z. And there's so many things wrong with that, but that's just not even worth discussing. And I feel like neither like writing something out really like, like really articulating something out in like a lengthy depth thing, in-depth thing, I don't really feel like that will, well, I know actually that will garner no sort of reaction or engagement in any sort of meaningful way for me personally, unless I want to go fish through subliminal and anonymous social media posts. And neither do I think that it will do much of that. And that's kind of the point that I'm making with the freedom that comes with being able to take ownership over the circumstances and the situations in your life. I don't have a problem doing those for the things that are genuinely my situation, but my issues to deal with. But like Jen keeps trying to talk to me and call me and stuff, and it's just like, how I can't even I can't be like, oh yeah, like I literally have to tell bitches 5 years of fucking shit just to make anything make sense, and then it still doesn't make sense to them, or they just lie, which is, that itself is even fine. I'm so fine with that. I'm not like, I don't feel compelled to make anybody believe. I've really kind of let go for the most part of any sort of desire or compulsion to like tell the entire story in its in its full capacity, and I just am so cool with not really like I'm not bothered by it at this point, literally. I'm not literally bothered by it at this point. It's still present and it still pops up here and there, and I'm aware when it does, and whatever. And that itself is frustrating. Because I've never been the type of person that I don't need to live vicariously through social media. I don't need to run to social media and give updates, nor do I want to. Actually, it's quite annoying to have to. And I do feel pressure to frequently. And that makes me avoidant of it. And that makes me, and there's a lot of different things that go into why I will be on Grindr in the ways that I do. I'm well aware of the fact that people's perception of my sexual history is way more exaggerated than it really is. I don't care. That doesn't bother me. Nor do I really care about the perception of me in the local gay community. So that's not really something that's at risk, that I'm risking. I know my own intentions and my own, there's a lot of different aspects that goes into it. It's an element of trolling, it's an element of boredom, it's an element of, but I don't even have to explain it though. That's the thing, is that I don't even have to explain it. I have no commitment to explain anything to anybody. I mean, honestly, what is... People think that I have some sort of obligation to the public or whatever to just like shut my mouth and be fine and act as if like this, isn't a thing or whatever, and, do whatever. And what's frustrating me right now currently is that I literally feel like I'm just wasting air right now. And I really, truly have put I've put a lot of thought into what my next step is, not only in the context of this situation, but also in the context of other situations going on in the world right now, such as like the state of social media and AI and so on and so forth. And I think that I said this in the last time that I, did a stream or whatever, but literally nobody ever takes my wants or desires or goals or thoughts or anything into consideration. They just project onto me what they think that I should be doing. And then the craziest thing that continues to happen, is that people will so freely express disappointment or reprimand me for... Okay, so think about this in the context of I don't think that I've thought this for a very long time. I don't think that I've ever actually said it out loud in any sort of like meaningful way. But going back to what I said about the nature of relationships that I had with my long-term friends, with the Kayleys and the Jens and the Dacias, we were all, and the Callies and all of them, we were all very comfortable and unapologetic about calling each other out on our bullshit, on our own bullshit, right? And if you think about things in the context of that, if you think about things in the context of real life relationships, and not me being a video game character, not me being a television show character, if you think about the things in the context, and to the vast majority of you that doesn't apply, obviously, but I'm not gonna, it's relatively obvious who I'm speaking of, but it's not something that I'm really that concerned with, outside of just using it for this example. But not last night, but the night before in the morning, I was on Grindr pretty much all night while doing other stuff. And this fucking cat. Getting into something. But so then I was sent a what did he say? Let me see exactly how it went about. Barn fire. Oh my god. So it's literally like 6 o'clock in the morning, and he sends me a screenshot of a conversation with, I think, Gemini or ChatGPT or one of them or whatever. And he says, he asks GPT, what the fuck is this shit? Damn, it wasn't this long ago. What the fuck is this shit? Okay, so he asks GPT, what do humans care about most? And then what do humans focus on most? And it's like, I took it as, it doesn't really matter. Like he says, I'm about to lose my marbles too. It's exciting for me. I got into some deep theories about what we prefer to spend our time on. Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. Oh yeah, okay. So like, and this is like a running theme that's been coming up a lot. And this is part of what made hanging out in, the garage with my other friends so cool, is that I was freely, we were freely, discussing issues, and I could do so in like a very realistic setting, and he gave me a very real response that was very reminiscent of the friendships that I'm used to having. Just a very straightforward, real ass response. And it essentially boiled down to just focusing on, the things that are important or whatever. And then this separate dude, a different dude, I'm on Grindr all night while doing other things, and then he just sends me a very stale and very, like, there's no other way really to take it other than it was making some sort of jab at me. And I kind of discussed this in, my last stream or whatever, but it's the craziest thing to me that people will, especially in the context of real life relationships, people will like scold me for either doing something or not doing something in whatever fucking way they think that I should be doing things. And it's, it hasn't really been presented this way in quite some time, simply because we've been close enough for anybody to even attempt it. But, it's always kind of like, well, I can't, like, be friends with you because you're on Grindr type shit. Like, but people completely overlook the fact that it's like, you're, by engaging and interacting with this, you are crossing so many lines with me, and you know what I mean, that it's like, it's ridiculous. And I truthfully, I don't even know why I'm sitting here talking, because really the only reason that I knew that that other dude was gonna get fucked up somehow because of this. I didn't know how. I'm assuming that he either has been probably tempted by money, or told, or seen himself maybe on Grindr, and take that like literally or whatever, which is part of the point. Part of the point is kind of weeding people out. But it's very disappointing because he's literally right down the street from me, and that was such a. It was really like important to me somehow, like it was just very real, and it's the type of mindset that I need around, and so on and so forth. But yeah, like I already know, he posted a shady status. It's fine. It's fine. Like, I knew that was going to happen. And it is what it is. I mean, it really is what it is. But it does speak to the level of shit that just honestly, you people, people pretend like they're invested in my life and in my success and whatnot, But you know, as I said, like literally over a year ago, you're invested in whatever this is on your screen. You're not actually invested in me as a person, and you actively work against that. You know, you actively like participate in shit that works against that, and so I really don't know. And then of course, like, and then it's all at risk of being all boohoo bitchy or whatever, and that's not the vibe at all. I mean, it really isn't. But again, I don't need to explain or defend that to anybody, and rather than making it the focus of attention, why I'm so eager for disclosure, openness, is because then it's not the focus of attention, if that makes any sense. And I could sit here and talk about, you know, Penguin's videos, and I could sit here and talk about the, you know, few reactions that I've seen, not in the context of few and far between, but just the few that I have happened to see on social media, in regards to me being on Grindr for 2 days, is I understand. I just don't think that. I will say that I'm a bit conflicted on. I am a bit conflicted on what I want to do. Kind of. I would not be, but there is elements of that. But I just. I'm so tired of nothing being real. And it's not even in a, like, it's not even really in a distressed way of any sort. It's just a matter of fact way. And I do feel, I feel like I'm trapped in my bedroom. And then for I don't know. I don't even want to make like dramatic analogies or anything. There's a lot of things that are in my head that I think are worthy of speaking of, but I just honestly don't see the point of trying to engage with anybody in any sort of way. And the definition of engaging with people in any sort of way has become so broad for me that I feel like I have to sit here and do nothing. And I'm well aware of the fact that 90% of the people it's not anything of substance, tangible, you know, for me to invest energy into or whatever. I just am. I crave. I am craving. And I don't feel. I don't even think that I'm alone in this. That's what is crazy. But you just. There's you. You can't even get there. Like you can't even get there with this shit. And not for a lack of trying, but I just everything feels fake. Everything is fake. And I just I am envious to an extent of like those examples that I gave of just being able to say like that, like this is what happened, like this is whatever, and moving on from it. I think that I'm just annoyed with I'm annoyed with people acting as if I don't assume that that they have awareness, and then and then not like inquiring at all about anything. Again, like my opinion, none of that matters, and it's not even anything that I have the energy to even be upset about anymore. It just I had no I was not thinking about sex at all. I was just so happy to be having like a real moment, you know? And I know it's fucked up. I know I know it's fine. And it's fine. Like, it truly is fine. It's not something that's gonna be an issue, but it's just like the concept of it. And, and I don't know if it's like, I don't know. I don't know why I'm sitting here talking, but I feel like I can't do anything else. I feel like there is no point in this. I feel like there is no point in... And then I gotta look like a woohoo bitch, you know? And it's just not it at all. And again, I'm trying to make sense to people who don't want things to make sense. Or who don't want sense in things. You know? I want tattoos. Like, want to go explore Twitter and I want to go explore Reddit and stuff. This is another thing that like I'm avoiding, through the use of Grindr, is because I want to go like over it, but I just know that that's just a like there it would and I'm complaining about complaining more than I'm actually complaining. But I just honestly like I'm just like I want real life. Like I really want real life more than anything. And I know that people are like, oh my god, just like that's but it just does not, it's not it, bro. I'm so annoyed that I'm annoyed with people's naivete, and assuming that I don't. I'm annoyed of having the, you know what, maybe we will go through social media, just to like, I mean, but then again, I'm searching for something that I know that I'm not going to find. I'm going to find a whole lot of shit, but I'm not going to find what I'm wanting to find. And what is the difference? Honestly, what is the difference of me scrolling through social media and scrolling through Grindr? That's always been like a thing. Like it's become essentially the exact same thing. Like I'm scrolling through a bunch of blank profiles, having like, you know what I mean? There's so much other things to be talking about. There's so much other things to be doing. It's Labor Day weekend. I could have went to a cookout this weekend that I really wanted to go to, but it would have just been full of fuck people. I would have ruined the vibe by being the center of attention by a bunch of fucking dumbasses. I would rather just go out to dinner with them personally, but then again, like, it would just be... Like, it's just all fucking fake. What is this? Doesn't make any sense. There is, like, I said over a year ago, disclosure or detach. I really don't get, dude, how people think that there's, like, ever gonna be some sort of climactic conclusion to this under these circumstances. Like, we just keep going around in the same circle. And, like, engagements and conversations and comments would be... And I personally feel like we're past that point. Like, I am really no longer interested in that, to be honest. Which then feeds into, you know, and then it really, like, it's frustrating because then now, like, there's nothing moving forward. Like, there is nothing moving forward right now with this, or with anything in general, because of this. And, and I'm sure people think I'm, like, compulsively, like, some sex addict or something. When I tell you, the drive was so much better. And when I tell you that I would rather have a bonfire than a blowjob, you won't believe me anyway, so why would I even try? It is bad, though. It is bad. mean, I'm also not super embarrassed by it because I know what it is, but I could alternatively argue with strangers would be perplexed by like parasocial fandom, or work on a project of some sort that will not yield any sort of results, or go try to do something in real life that will be on a time limit, you know. Now I just feel like I'm bitching and complaining, which I really am not and don't want to do. But I now am again at a loss with what to do with my time. With what to do with my time. I really thought I could force myself into what I like. I just don't think it. I just don't think it's worth it. I just don't think it's worth it. And to be honest, I kind of planned on having the option to go hang out with that dude this weekend, or like go get a tattoo or something. But I don't think that those are. I don't think those are sticking. I don't know, like, I'm not open Twitter just because there's nothing else to do. I feel like I really am trying to convince myself that that is, like, the correct thing to do, to, like, try, like, to... I've been trying really hard for 2 days, honestly. I do feel like like, should I go through this? So I'm, like, on my other Twitter. And I know this is a bump, like a vibe killer, you know? But it's like, damn. And I've also been saying since literally the first day that, like, you know, it doesn't have to be a fucking drama. I don't even know what to do with social media, honestly, because literally the first 5 tweets on my timeline, haven't read the content, just the people themselves are these accounts that I have developed this parasocial relationship with to some extent, and some of them I've even applied real life people to them, you know? And that's fine in the context that, I don't know. I'm really trying to convince myself that that's the thing to do. But also, everything that I think that there is to do, I've done before and gotten 0, like, reactions or results. Like, I've done my projects, I've engaged, I've argued, I've praised, I've done it all, man. I've literally done it all, and not a single thing has changed. Not a single thing has changed. Because I'm probably making people feel like shit right now. I'm probably bumming the vibe out. Or whatever. I mean, who knows? Who knows? And it will all just be they're all just grinder profiles to me anyway. Like, they have no, like... I hate that. I hate the... I just want to crack jokes and do my research, man. Oh my god. I want to be with my beau. I want to be hanging out with my friends. I want to be... I don't know what to do with my time. But it's not this. It's not this. I can tell you that.